Good morning, campers.
Morning, Nathan. How's it going?
It's good. I got lazy last night and didn't measure out my minerals, but at least the water's hot.
Anything to do with IPA Fest?
It didn't help, that's for sure.
You doing Dennis Brown?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing today. I'm again on the minerals. I totally don't believe that it needs the major megadose that the recipe calls for. That sounds very Midwestern, so I'm gonna dial everything back a bit.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Best of luck.
Yep.
Couch protector is that we decided to stop using? I mean, just leave it there, I'll bring it upstairs, I just wanted to do so.
Hey, what's up, everyone?
Hey, hey. Who we got? Hey, Ramsey.
How are you? What are you guys brewing?
I'm doing a Janet's Brown.
Hey, Ramsey.
Hey.
I'm brewing an Irish stout. What
Oh,
you got?
nice. I have a Belgian triple. Just started heating up the mash water a few minutes ago. So. It's a really nice day for it, huh?
Trust the PhD. And the dough is in. See about that stupid pH meter.
DT, what are you brewing?
This is being a surprisingly frothy mash.
As I recall, the Janet's Brown has a lot of mash hops, doesn't it?
That is an excellent point. You know what I forgot to put in?
Your mash hops, I'm guessing.
I had a whole bag of probably decade-old Northern Brewer used for this purpose.
I've brewed a Janet's Brown once a long time ago. It's a really good beer. Good recipe.
And here we have what is probably the #1 most annoying thing with the grain fed.
What's that?
There's these plates and silicone rings that go around them. And keeping the sort of silicone ring on the plates is really obnoxious.
No, wait, that's the grain father?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the newer models, the bigger one anyway, they replaced this with just something with like a welded rim,
Uh-huh.
which seems like a better deal all around, but I don't think they've made that change on the smaller ones.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still using my my big igloo cooler that I've been using since like 2014 or so. Worked well so far.
Just doing a single infusion.
Yeah, and then I'll do single infusion. And then batch sparge it.
Batch sparging, I mean, this is all stuff that, like, when I started, I had barely heard of it. And if I had known about it, I probably would have been a good idea.
It's like I've never fly sparged.
Yeah.
And I just heard it's just a real pain in the butt.
Well, it's kind of a pain. I mean, the first real system I had that wasn't extract was one of these rig from Northern Brewer with two 10-gallon Rubbermaid coolers and a sort of fly sparge arm thing.
Uh-huh.
definitely kind of overkill. But
Uh-huh.
it looks like what the big boys do.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of that.
And I don't even think brew in a bag has been invented yet.
Yeah. I've never done that either. Brew in a bag.
I mean, the grandfather is kind of like brewing a bag, but with an optional sparging step.
Mhm.
The basket is distinctly. I'm going to claim that I forgot the mash hops just because I'm not used to doing that.
Did you find your old bag at Northern Brewer?
Yep.
And you're not going to use them?
No, I did use them. I
Oh, you did?
found them yesterday. I knew where they were in the freezer. I just absolutely flaked on, actually putting them in the mash.
Sure.
Are you mash hopping, Nathan?
Yeah. I've got this 2-ounce, old thing of, whole cone Northern Brewer.
I'm doing. I'm making a Kolsch, so I'm trying out the dry mash hopping with Sabro.
I bet that'll smell great.
Well, I figure it's a good style to see like if the Sabro is going to add any like character to it, right?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not entering it into a competition or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, I do appreciate the tactic of using mash hops to like actually use up some of these hops.
Yeah, seriously. It smells really good too. I'm running a little bit.
Before I noticed that, I was going to check my pH. I'm really sort of curious what sort of math Brewfather is using because it really wants to add like 10 IBUs for the mash hops.
Yeah, I just ignore like it adds a lot of IBUs, so I just like I put it in there like at the very end just for posterity, but I don't actually account for it in my recipe at all.
Yeah, I had to sort of back it out from that because I didn't actually believe it, but I do wonder what they're thinking.
I think I wonder if they're just like basically like assuming it has like a similar effect as like a first wort hop, you know?
Yeah. Takes a long time to sell it.
Oh man.
Nathan, do you use Brewfather's lactic acid estimations?
Yes, actually, I was just in the middle of checking my pH and just discovering that it was, in fact, a tiny bit. Well, I haven't added any lactic acid yet, but I think I will. So I seem to be at about 5.5 without anything.
I always feel like they're like, I mean, like it's always, I always get a little nervous. I always feel like they estimate a little high.
I got it. I left this overnight on purpose. Oh, no, wait, that's it.
All right.
Yesterday, I made the possibly ill-advised move of disassembling the pump on the grain father to see if it had any junk in it. And so, of course, everywhere it's connecting back together, there's a possibility of something.
Oh, no. All right. All right, just mashed in. Yay.
I still have to mill my grains. A little late.
I always do that the night before.
I know. I was doing something last night, and I was like, I'll just mill them tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
And, here I am.
Yeah, regretting it, I'm sure.
I'll be fine.
Yeah. I'm using the main malt Pilsner from the bulk grain buy. And the grains are like a little small, so I had to fuck with my grain mill gap a lot yesterday.
You know what? That's interesting because like I used that for the first time, and I didn't really like adjust my grain mill, and I got like pretty mediocre efficiency, and I'm wondering if that might have been it.
Yeah, I think the kernels are somehow a little bit smaller than normal.
Huh, interesting.
don't know. I have an old like I think it's an old serial killer grain mill, and it works well when it crushes grain, but man, the like passive roller sometimes gets stuck and like very difficult to get it going again. You know what I mean? Like there's one roller that connects to the drill, and then the other one just kind of like isn't. And if the other one doesn't spin, then the grains don't get crushed at all.
Maybe like oil, I don't know, if like some sort of oil or something. I don't know. Or maybe it's
Yeah.
needs a new mill.
Yeah,
Do the grains like pass through and not mill, or do they just get stuck?
they like pass through and don't get milled.
Oh, I get it.
And what happens is that they get like stuck behind on the wrong side of the rollers, and then it doesn't roll. I don't know. It's just really finicky.
I'm not gonna lie, milling is like probably one of the elements of my process that I like probably should take more seriously, but I just kind of like I'm very inconsistent about it.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing I did is I've got a Monster Mill 3, and I did the thing where I marked the wheel adjuster wheels with Sharpies, but I haven't actually checked that the inside is correct relative to that.
Yeah. It's just such an unsexy part of the brewing process, you know?
It is, and I outsourced it to the local shop for years.
Uh-huh.
I discovered first that their mill is adjustable, which I didn't even know, which means that God only knows how it was adjusted every time I used it. But honestly, I'm really kind of enjoying the actually being able to stock grains and just do stuff.
Well, yeah. And I don't think they'll let you take in your own grain to the shop and crush it there.
So I always kind of finessed that at Modern, where I would buy my specialty grains there, but I would bring in my base malt and then just mill it all together, and they were okay with that.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's an interesting way to do it. My hops are growing really strong too. Happy about that.
Here it is, Sabro mash hops. Going down.
Hey, Ramsey. You out there?
I'm here, Mick.
Hi, Vince. Good morning.
You're the early bird.
Yeah.
I guess you have both you and Nathan have children and like other familiar responsibilities. So
Yeah.
like,
It's not really early, right? It's not really early.
me, it's like
8 a.m. is like mid-morning.
if I finish by 10 or 10 p.m., it really doesn't matter.
I did mill my grains at like 12:45 a.m. last night. How much Sabro did you put in the mash, Vince?
I usually only do 1 ounce. I haven't done it yet. I'm about to mash it. I don't actually know if it. I don't know. I'm not sure like what the. I think Nathan said he did 2 ounces.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know like if there's like a. I don't know.
I mean, I did 2 ounces mostly because I didn't want to have to like reseal the bag and put it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also am sort of figuring that since it's flour rather than pellet, it's going to have even less carry into the boil.
I think that with the flour, I think it'll essentially do the job of like rice hulls as well.
Yeah.
Like you'll probably have like a very smooth sparge or whatever. Mash out.
I'm in the middle of setting up my sparge water now. In fact.
There we are. Oh yeah, there's some coconut up in there. Yeah. Well, I can definitely smell the Sabro hops up in here.
Another page sample. I hear someone else's brew father.
Yes, forgot to start the mash.
That app has gotten me in trouble a couple of times where I have left it running, like both used it on my phone down here and left it on my laptop upstairs, and it starts making alarms in other parts of the house.
I don't know, man. Like, it's like, you know, I know like homebrewing's a niche hobby, but it's like quite amazing that it took like that long for somebody to like, you know, make another like an alternative to like Brewfont or to what's it called,
Your Smith,
Beersmith.
you know, bring it into the 20th century, 21st century of technology.
Yeah. All right. What's up, buddy? Oof. I'm also going to be testing out the shorter, colder dry hop for another batch.
Mm.
So I have an English Golden in a fermenter that I'm going to rack into a keg with a filter. And I'm going to dry hop for probably till maybe Monday.
Speaking of dry hopping, in order to get free shipping at Northern Brewer for my last batch of grains, I ended up picking up this giant T-ball.
Oh, yeah, I was actually looking at that.
You know, it was one of those deals where it's like $2 item puts you over the threshold and saves $8 of shipping kind of things.
I actually kind of like Northern Brewer now, to be honest with you. I've gotten stuff from them a couple times recently, and they've been pretty good in terms of selection and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, no, they were my go-to for a while before they got acquired, but now they're cool again. So
yeah, now they're not in the bush anymore. Go. They have some neat like little like gadgety type things that are like custom to them. Like I got this like bottle tray from them because I needed to get over the free shipping. It's actually really nice.
You electric brewing as well, Vince?
Oh yeah. Never going back outside again if I can, just for anything. Just staying inside the rest of my life.
Hide in the basement.
The only thing, like the main thing I miss about outdoor brewing, like joking aside from like the weather and stuff, is like I don't have like a giant basement. Like maybe it's even like a little tighter than Nathan's. So like cleaning is a little bit of like a juggling act, as opposed to like when you're outside, you just throw shit down and fucking spray it and like move on.
Yeah.
So that's like the down, which I know is like a minor downside, but it is what it is.
There's always a trade-off.
5 went from 5.55 to 5.32 pH with 5 mils of lactic acid. So
Good. Sounds good to me.
Yep.
Speaking of which, I should probably get stuff to calibrate mine.
yeah.
right now. Live your life. Yeah. Listen there.
Nathan, do you have that Apera pH meter?
No, I've got the Milwaukee.
Okay, that's what I have. I feel like mine's like it like takes like a very long time to settle in.
Yes, it does. I was just
Like because it's like the hourglass will disappear, but then the pH will keep changing over the course of like several minutes.
I mean, I assume part of that is the temperature changing. I mean,
Yeah.
It's supposed to compensate, but I assume that's tricky in the last decimal place.
Yeah, I think it's like I mentioned this on the chat like a while. We were talking about it recently, and it was like I think our definition of an expensive pH meter is like a laboratory's definition of a dog shit cheap pH meter.
Probably true.
Right. I mean that's. So dude,
Hello, everyone.
how's it going?
Going well. I'll be popping in and out because I run everything off my cell phone.
No worries. Not too much exciting going on here.
Everyone just still getting prepped, or are we midway through anything?
It depends. I think Mick's pretty far. I think Mick might be into the boil. Nathan might also be into the boil. I'm not sure what Ramsey's at. DT's, I think, in bed. I'm like a little bit under halfway into the mash. Or yeah.
I am just about to mash in.
Yeah, I need to bump my temperature in my mash in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I'm about halfway through the mash as well.
What are you making, Ramsey?
Belgian triple.
Oh, nice. Which yeast are you using for that one?
Well, I was planning to use the yeast bay, like East Coast Abbey yeast, but the starter that I made with it just never started. So I had to go to the shop and get some WLP 500.
Nice. Yeah, I was gonna this summer I wanted to like talk with you and Ross about doing like a Belgian dark like do like a Belgian single build up and then do a Belgian dark strong.
Yeah, I was thinking about that just the other day. So we should start talking about that. Try to get the perfect Christmas beer nailed down in time.
Where are you at in your brew, Mick?
About 10 minutes into the boil.
What are you
Going
making?
good, smelling good. Irish extra stout.
God, it's so fucking stereotypical, man.
I know, ridiculous. What a cliche. So Ramsey, I have a question. still there. Like when I mash out, I treat it very slowly. I slowly mash out. I fill my pitchers, kind of to preserve the mash cake or whatever. But I've brewed with people before, and they just open it, put a hose, dump it out. Same for the batch sparge. What's your strategy?
So I'll drain the main mash, and then I'll do half of the sparge water. Keep it for 10 minutes, and then just open the valve all the way and drain it all.
Yeah.
And then the next half of the sparge water, and do the same thing until I get to the pre-boil volume.
Because you're not like slowly just opening the faucet a little bit and letting it go slowly. You're just dumping it.
Yeah, I'm just dumping it.
I think Steve Schemberg, one of the he does like a 40-minute mash drain or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah, I got into that habit. I don't know if it makes any sense, to be honest.
I don't think it's going to improve efficiency or anything, but it might help with clarity, right? Because presumably things are filtering through better. I don't know.
Yeah, you're not.
Yeah, but is it worth 40 minutes? Yeah, is it worth 40 minutes of your brew day just to get slightly clearer beer at the end of the day?
Yeah, I don't think so, because I thought it was an efficiency thing, and I went longer and slower, and my efficiency was kind of the same. So
I mean,
I don't think it's worth the extra time.
If it was an efficiency thing, you could just add another half a pound of grain.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't know. I've gone all through in a bag just because it's just so much easier.
Yeah.
And I or at least with my brewing, I didn't know that much of I didn't notice after an initial kind of adjustment phase. I didn't notice a drop off at all.
Yep.
Though there is a little bit of a myth of because people are oh, you have to clean less, and it's no, not really. If you're doing normal, you have to clean a mash tun. If you do brew in a bag, you have to clean a brew bag. And it's so you're still cleaning the same amount of shit, right?
Yeah.
I like the bag because it helps me get the grain out easier. Because I get the unibrow system with the metal bucket, but then I can just lift the grain out and I don't have to deal with shoveling everything.
I have a hoist to get it out of there. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I'm in the kitchen. My wife won't let me install a hoist on one of the ceiling beams.
Why not, man?
I know.
That's if she noticed. I bet you just go put a hook up there. She wouldn't notice for at least a month. You know something's fucked up with your system when your pH goes up after adding acid.
I stopped messing with pH a long time ago.
I go through spurts where I'm like, then I do it and it's like it never works out, and then like, the beer tastes the same.
Yeah. I just use you know, like a quarter teaspoon of phosphoric acid in the mash water, and like I'm pretty much good.
Yeah, I'd measure it, but I've never really adjusted it much.
Yeah.
The one time I adjusted it was Big Brew Day last year, and the beer was absolute shite. So it was probably the only batch I've made in a long time that I actually just did. You know, I tapped it, kegged it, drank a few pints, and I was like, "This is not good." So I'm blaming the pH adjustment.
Yeah. I don't know. I had a pH meter, but the probe died, and I think I wasn't storing it right. I was just like, I don't want to bother with it anymore.
I would measure pH like every 3 or 4 batches, and it would always come out to what the recipe said. So now I'm not as concerned, unless I'm doing something I haven't really done before.
See, I did the opposite. I measured it every batch. It never came out like I wanted it, so I stopped.
It's probably an experiment that explains all that. So just check it out.
Probably, man.
Yeah, I read an article on this little website called Rulosophy. Apparently, it doesn't matter pH. It's not a thing.
Too bad Ross isn't here. His head would explode.
Some of these guys here, man, they like get like a twitch in their eye when they hear that site. I'm just like, dude, it's fucking beer, man. It's not that big of a deal.
Hey, I made a Vienna lager with lager yeast, and I fermented it at 66 degrees, and it won gold medal. So tasted great. I liked it.
Like that's the thing that like I don't like mind as like I mean like you know it's not that it doesn't matter. It's just that like a subset of people can't detect the difference, and like that's true for a lot of things, right? Like
Yeah.
like there was this like whole book called I can't remember what it was called, but basically like they did these like giant wine tastings like pretty large across the country, and they were comparing like expensive wine and cheap wine and stuff like that, and there were like a subset of like $9 bottles that would beat out like expensive bottles, and it was it's not and like the findings are like essentially it's not that like the cheap bottles necessarily better wine. It's just that the majority of the population are not like good enough wine tasters to tell the difference.
Yeah. But I mean, if you're brewing for competition or something, like presumably the judges have better palates than everyone, and so they might be able to taste the difference.
I don't know, man. I've met a few shitty judges.
I mean, yeah. But then you've met some really good judges too, probably.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's all just like, you need to like, it doesn't matter if you can make good beer, right? Like, if you do everything else really well, then, your pH might not matter as much, but like there's probably a percentage of people that take pH and it's that they adjust the pH and it's not the inherent adjustment of the pH. It's that they just pay closer attention. They're more likely to pay closer attention to other details, right? So it's like
Sure.
it's more of an indicator of a good brewer than like a really like super important process in of itself.
Yeah.
Perfect. There we go. Oh, got some.
I got this little like cheap like fermenter sampler thing, and I added it onto my Whirlpool port for during the boil, and it makes pulling samples like super easy.
And say that again, Vince. My internet is flaky.
I got like I don't know if you can see. I got like this little like it's a sample valve that you put on the side of the side of like a conical fermenter. I got it on Amazon for like $15, and I put it on my Whirlpool port to like take because like I do brew in a bag to take like grain-free samples during the mash to like do pH and
nice.
stuff like that.
Nice.
This is what happens when it's
My latest.
global pandemic and you have no kids and nothing else to spend money on.
Oh, dude. I was looking in the newspaper today. There was a whole thing about how basically like spending on all kinds of goods is up like 15-20%, and it's pretty much the exact all the money that used to go into restaurants and travel is like just going into shit, like stuff.
Yeah, like I mean, we still like we still eat out or like we still get takeout and stuff, but like definitely like our restaurant bills go down because like you're not drinking out, right? Like so like even if you get takeout at a really nice restaurant, like you essentially like your bill's like $40 lower if you're not drinking.
Sure.
And then obviously for the travel.
Yeah. I miss traveling. I mean, we haven't gone on vacation really in like a year and a half.
Yeah. Did you get your first shot?
I did. Yeah, I got the first shot of the Pfizer a few weeks ago, and then gonna go get the second shot on May 7th.
Nice. I have my second shot on Tuesday for Pfizer.
Yeah. I heard the second shot's a doozy on the Moderna, and less so on the Pfizer.
It's less so on Pfizer, I think, just because the dose is lower. But my wife got her second shot of Moderna on Monday and was like feverish and achy and chilly for solid days.
Now, isn't like Moderna like double the CCs or something like that?
I think 4 times actually. It's like it's like 100 microliters versus 25, something on that scale.
Huh.
Did you go to one of the big spots, Ramsey?
Yeah, I went to the mass vac site at Lowell.
No, cool.
Wasn't too bad. It was really early in the morning, so the traffic was very light. It's like, I don't know, they have it very well set up, and people were moving through there very quickly, so that I didn't have to wait in line a long time or anything like that.
That's good, yeah.
They just make you wait like 15 minutes after you get vaccinated, make sure that nothing, like, you don't have a adverse reaction to it. But other than that, it's very fast.
Yeah, we actually got at like a CVS in Malden, so it was like super close. It was I think it was like a little less efficient.
Happy about the outdoor mask mandate being relaxed.
I think that's kind of stupid.
That the mandate was stupid, or that they relaxed it? You think it's
Well,
stupid?
I just don't think that like I just like it's all the ways they relaxed it are like super subjective. And like I just feel like it's like an all or nothing type thing. Like you should just require it or not, because like people are just going to be able to like skirt it, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they already have, right? Like, I mean, the number of people who've been like busted for not wearing masks outside is like, it's very low. It's like, 10 people or something statewide.
Yeah, I mean, like for example, like the whole like wear a mask when you can't social distance, right? Like, what does that mean? Is that like if I like am in a crowded area, or is that like if I'm like walking and I'm passing you and I can't social distance? You know what I mean? Like, it's all up to like personal interpretation, which is just kind of
Yeah.
I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
I'll be vaccinated, so I don't care that much.
Yeah.
And I think indoor gatherings can be like 200 people.
Yeah, I was planning to have a gathering of 200 people in my house. Totally. Oh, yay. All right, making progress. Time to start the sparge.
Oh, nice. I'll try and multitask here and move another beer into the keg. This is either a really good or really bad idea.
It's probably a really bad idea. I've never had good success with multitasking while brewing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna drain the star sand out of the keg, and maybe I'll do it later.
Maybe you're more talented than I am in that regard.
Yeah.
Where does your steam go, Nathan?
Well,
Nathan.
half the stuff in my brewery, doing okay.
Where do you vent your steam?
I don't. I'm living
Okay.
dangerously that way. Sometimes I open the back door here,
Yeah.
but that's about it.
Fair
I
enough.
mean,
Works.
since I only do this, once a month or so, and it's a 100-year-old house with terrible ventilation, it's not like the steam accumulates too much.
Yeah. Fair.
Is it noticeably worse in the winter, Nathan? I don't know. Doing important stuff.
1 second. Let's grab the. Okay, let me get those cookies. 1 second. I'll be right back. Lake, it's fine. Here, you go talk to them. Silly dog.
What's my 1.5 minutes?
I'm gonna spend more time looking for the last gasket at the bottom of the bucket.
It's always the last place you look.
Exactly. Oh, someone, brew father.
And I'll tell you what. If I could, they need to like pick some new alerts. I guess you never miss a brew father alert.
No, that you don't.
Little low. Honestly, this beer is probably too big anyway. That's okay. Hey, in.
hoist setup here.
Nice.
The thing I use to pull it up is it's a rack made for hoisting deer.
Oddly specific.
It's called a game rack. Like when you're like, I guess after you like kill a deer, you hang it and let the blood drain.
He said beer. It's like they made one just for beer. Said deer.
I'm sure somebody did that. That's the thing is you take something that is made for something else, slap homebrew on it, and sell it for 15% more.
Yeah.
All right, all done with my mash. Starting to boil.
Last 5 minutes. Way to rep the homebrew con, Nathan.
Thank you. 2017.
I'm very excited for the Pittsburgh one. Although I guess I'm like curious where it's going to be in Pittsburgh, and then I'll taper my excitement.
I mean, there is like a big convention center in Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah, and like if it's there, so there's kind of like two convention centers. There's like the big one, which like if it's there, I think it'll be like a really awesome location. But then there's one like that's like one of those like 30 to 40 minute outside of Pittsburgh type ones that's like still technically Pittsburgh. And if it's that one, I would be less excited about it. But like that one there, like I just don't think there's enough hotel. I mean, there's like one or two hotels. There's not enough out there. So we'll see.
Yeah, I feel like there were a few years. I don't know. I want to say like 2012 to 2016 or so, where they kept doing it in those sort of quasi suburban places.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah,
think
like
that was less fun.
I hate that. Like I've been to a few conferences that do that where they're like, oh, this conference is in, wherever. And then like you're like, an hour outside the city in like the middle of nowhere. Like, well, this was
Right. Like, so 2017 was actually the second time they did Minneapolis in the last 15 years or so. The previous time it was at some, highway interchange hotel, and entertainment such as it was the shuttle bus to the Mall of America.
Oh, that sounds awful.
the thing that's really interesting to me is like
Okay.
Pennsylvania has some like fucking archaic brew laws. So I'm like surprised that like homebrew con is able to exist in the state of Pennsylvania. I mean, like I have faith that they did their homework and stuff. It's just like, as somebody who lived in Pennsylvania for like, 20 some years, like their blue laws are fucking really archaic.
Yeah, I think there's a decent chance though that like they're all about the wrong thing. Like there's blue laws about buying things and where you can buy it, but whatever laws they have is like 1,000 people showing up and bringing their own beer. We didn't think about that.
Yeah. Cause like, it's like literally within the last like 10 or 15 years that you could like buy a 6-pack that wasn't Budweiser in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Does Pittsburgh have any good breweries?
Yeah, I mean they do. I mean, like, it's hard for me to say. Like, I haven't lived in Pittsburgh for 15 years now, so like it's definitely a lot better than it was like when I lived there. So like, and I haven't spent enough time like checking out the local beer scene, but like there definitely are like in the area where the one convention center is, there's like 3 or 4 new breweries down there. One of which like is like a really cool spot. And I think when I was there, they were doing all their beers with Kvik or Kvik, whatever you want to call it, and they weren't that impressive. But like, there's like Southern Tier opened up a brewery there that's not too far from the convention center, and like I generally like their beers. And then there's a couple like well-regarded breweries outside of Pittsburgh that I've actually never been to. So, I think it's like any city, there's going to be good and bad, but
Sure. So I've been there once, but didn't really have much chance to explore everything.
yeah, like the thing that's cool is if it's in the main convention centers right next to this like area called the Strip District that has like a lot of like international markets and restaurants and bars and stuff like that. So like it's definitely like a good like central area.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I feel like they've gotten the message over the years that, when people are traveling for this, they do want to, experience the local situation, and it's doubly so if they're like, making it a big trip and bringing their families.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only upside if it's at the shitty convention center is it's right next to the mall in which Dawn of the Dead was filmed. So like if you're a big Dawn of the Dead fan, like that might be.
I'm looking forward to potentially abusing my work connections and like going down and working from the Google Pittsburgh office for a couple of days. And
Yeah, I mean, I know a couple people that work there. If you needed like, if you need like an actual local person or something, I know I have a few friends that work in the office.
Yeah, I know a few people there, and it's frankly traveling from office to office is something any excuse will do, really.
Yeah.
As I'm shuffling everything around in my basement, I am starting to contemplate whether I could build some kind of useful stand and lift my sparge water up and have a square feet of drainable floor space and something like that.
Yeah. Quality of life things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I basically have to store my shit in the basement and brew outside, and then transport all my stuff from the basement to the brew area every time I brew.
In there.
Yeah.
That's like, to be honest, like that might be my favorite. That might be my favorite part about indoor brewing is like not having to haul things like left and right. Like,
Yeah.
like the electric stuff is all nice and whatever, and like, but it's just very convenient just to be like, oh, I'm just gonna like walk downstairs and move something and start.
Yep. Yep. I hear you.
17 degrees outside.
Oh God. Yeah. I mean, I remember when I did that I don't know, in January or whatever, I brewed those 2 lagers and it was like 20 degrees.
The worst is when it's like so cold and you're brewing outside, and like anytime any liquid splashes on the ground, it instantly freezes and it just becomes like super dangerous.
Have not done that.
I have done that and it's very frustrating. It was like, I think it was like a last minute, like I have to brew this NHC beer and like there's no other like option.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. You have to wear yak tracks just to brew. Yeah, I don't know. I want to buy a house and have a garage or something where it can have a permanent brew space. It's also hard because if I wanted to get a conical fermenter, like I'd have to fill it up outside and then carry it down into the basement full. And that doesn't sound like a good idea.
I keep like thinking I want a conical fermenter, but then I just like, I'm like, well, you know, like my beer turns out like relatively good and I don't have one. Like,
Yeah.
and like just like the added like I feel like if I had one to buy a conical fermenter, then I would have to also buy like a glycol, because like my basement isn't big enough to have a giant stand-up freezer.
Yeah.
And so it's like instantly I'm at the point where it's like I need to invest like $1,500 or whatever, you know, $1,200 or whatever it is, and it's like I don't really know if it matters that much.
Yeah, I think it'd be more than that. I mean, when I priced out getting a spike one with like the fixins that you need to make it really useful. I mean, then you're looking at like $900 just for that, and then another $900 for like the glycol unit.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've been pretty happy with the SS bucket.
that's what I use.
And it's just small enough to fit in a small size top-down chest freezer.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I have the SS bucket, and I found a fridge at Home Depot that fits it.
Yeah, I recently bought a Delta Brewing Systems bucket with a heating and cooling attachment, and so far it's worked out mostly pretty well.
I actually think the Delta bucket is the exact same thing as the SS one, but it has like a bottom dump valve.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much identical.
Have you used that bottom valve for like trying to pull yeast out, or?
No, I haven't. So the first beer I brewed in it turned out just fine. The second one was supposed to be this double IPA, and I tried to do an oxygen-free closed system transfer from it, but the valve got all stuck with hops and shit. The problem is that I think to do that well, you really need to cold crash it so that all the hops go to the bottom, and then you get a clean pull from the valve. But I don't have a glycol, and you know, it wasn't in my fridge, so I couldn't do that.
Yeah, I don't. Because I don't even use like the racking. I don't use the racking cane at all on the SS one. Like I think it's kind of stupid.
Uh-huh. You mean the racking port?
No, I use the port, but like the SS one has like an elbow that you can shove in it, and then you can kind of twist it to use it like a rotating arm or whatever.
Uh-huh.
And like I just pulled it out, and I just chalk up whatever's below the port, which is like half a gallon or whatever is just loss.
Uh-huh.
I leave that elbow in there just to pick up a little bit more. I definitely don't try to do any of the games with like rotating it around.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of rotating a threaded fitting left and right.
Like this could go very bad very quickly.
Yep. Yeah. I think one of those conicals would be really good for doing the really heavily hopped beers where you can dump all the hops and shit and crash cool it.
It'd be good for doing lagers too.
Yeah. I also tried this thing where you basically hook up the blow off tube to a sanitized keg and then fill the keg with CO2 gas from the fermentation.
Yeah,
But that didn't work out because everything got clogged when I tried to do the transfer to the keg with all the hops. Just have to fiddle with it more to get the process right.
cut the dip tube or something.
Yeah.
It's my pre.
I feel like I could chill, you know?
Oh, yeah. That was your Betsy. Who are you? My boil is complete.
Congratulations, Nick.
I did it. Time to chill. No fancy bumps here. Overflow by hand. Mhm.
Oh, geez. Ooh, that would have been very.
Hmm. The boil. Oh yeah. Best type of brew day. It's a first wort hop and a whirlpool hop. Just get to the boil and sit around.
Hey, I have pretty much the same thing, just 130, but that's fine.
Yeah.
I can sit for half an hour and then move.
Story of my life, man.
I find that now that I'm working from home, I definitely don't move as much as I used to when I was in the office.
Dude, that's like, I usually have a watch that like counts my steps and stuff. And it was like, I mean, I've gotten better with it now, but like, like I would get about like 7,000 to 8,000 steps just like, walking around the office, going meeting to meeting, bathroom, etc.
Yep.
And then at home, you just like sit on your ass and you're like, well, need to figure this out.
And even if you do need to get something, it's like, how far away is your kitchen or your bathroom? And then you're back to sitting down.
Oh, yeah.
I don't really want to go back into the office though, because I don't like to commute. Need up so much time.
Yeah. It's not the commute that bothers me. It's like, because I don't mind like just that like reset at the end of the day. it's just like the rushing at the like rushing to get to the office or like rushing to leave home so I can like get home and let the dog out. Like that's what I like most, just being able to like end my day and start my day casually. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows what's gonna happen? Let's see.
Just sprayed myself with the kitchen sink hose.
Getting some dry hops for another batch. Bunch of Galaxy, smelling good.
All right, first word hops away. Bonk.
All right, who knows their hop pellets really well? I just noticed that the two different hops I have here have wildly different pellet sizes.
What's the difference in the hop pellets, Nathan? Different brand?
They are different brands. The thing I'm noticing is just that they're very different sizes. Let me get a couple out.
All right.
Yeah, let's see if we can see this here.
Let me see.
On with cameras.
Oh, little hops.
Yeah, see there's bigger ones and littler ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the big ones are the Northern Brewer I just picked up from Northern Brewer. And the little ones are Cascade. I got a while ago from, I think, Yakima Valley.
Yeah, so on your Northern Brewer ones, did they come in like a Northern Brewer branded bag or whatever?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, because I've gotten hops from them too, and I'm just kind of like, this is weird.
Yes.
I mean, like I don't care about it, but it's like, it's kind of nice to know. I'm like, oh, this is a BSG product. Like for all we know, they're like just sourcing whatever's, cheapest and then repackaging it,
Right, and that was part of why I bought a larger quantity. Like I bought half a pound in part needed for the recipe, but I figured that was more likely to get me an original package and prepackaged.
Yeah, I mean, hops are one of those. I mean, like I hate having like so many just like bags of hops laying around, but like it's so much more cost effective to buy them just in pound and half pounds than like buying the repackaged ones from Beer, Wine, and Hobby.
Yeah, and it does, and I've got the vacuum sealer and the the sort of the mini roll. So half the task this morning was taking the 8-ounce package and breaking it down into the 6 ounces I'm saving and the 2 ounces I'm actually using today.
Yeah. All right. Now the question is multitasking to transfer a beer a good or terrible idea?
Hmm. Well, if it is going to overflow,
I don't think so. I think I just need to. Well, because my tilt is in my other fermenter, and so it's like I kind of want to get it out so I can throw it in this batch.
oh yeah.
It's like I was thinking of buying a second tilt, but like the number of times I actually have two batches going at once is like quite low.
I definitely have more tilts than I need. The thing that's been irritating me lately is that I'm having the damnedest time getting a battery to last more than one batch.
Really, I'm on the same battery for like, I've never changed the battery, so I've used it like whatever, like a dozen times maybe.
Huh. I mean, maybe I'm bad. Like I took it out of the last batch and made sure I stood it upright, and now I'm not registering at all. So
Or you're checking on your phone, right?
well, I've got both my phone and a tilt pie floating around.
The only thing I can think of is like if there's something weird, like I don't know, like maybe like email that if there's something weird. Is it because you have multiple?
I have 3 tilts.
Does it happen with all of them?
That's a good question. I mean, I know that I'm not careful with them, and it's just this one that has been irritating me lately. So maybe the smart move is to try one of the other ones.
Well, because I'm just wondering if like maybe like one of them is like for whatever reason is like doing like a 1 second refresh rate.
Yeah.
I think or whatever, like because I think it's like a 15-minute refresh rate is what it's supposed to be.
Well, the tilt itself transmits about once a minute, or every 15, somewhere between 15 seconds and a minute.
Okay.
And then it's the Pi that's uploading to the cloud, and it's plugged in, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. That's like I wish that's like one setting I wish you could change on it because it's like registering every minute is kind of just like unnecessary. Like I feel like you could get away with like like maybe like
5 minutes, 10 minutes.
yeah, or even it's like because it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it annoyed me enough that I spent a little while looking into what the options are for like rechargeable versions of these 123 batteries, but the options are not good.
Yeah, I can imagine. I think are they just really expensive or they're just not available?
They're available. They just have really low capacity, so I'm not even sure they would last a whole batch. They're like a fifth of the total milliamp hours of the primary cells.
Oh.
And then I would need something to charge them in since they're such a funny size and shape.
Yeah. Right. shit. Yeah, so I'm gonna try out the quick. So I got the quick and cold dry hop. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. The annoying thing is like the majority of my brewing activities are based around weekends. So like a 6-day dry hop is very convenient because I can dry hop on Sunday and then transfer on Saturday. Yep.
Yeah. It's a quick and cold dry hop thing. That's a Scott Janish thing, isn't it?
Yeah, so he says like dry hopping at like 38 degrees. So I'm transferring it now into a keg with a filter on it, and I'm gonna put it in a firm chamber at like 40 degrees or whatever, and then probably like Monday probably transfer it into another keg off the dry hops.
Gotcha. Matt Dirks said that his last beer with brewed according to the Janus way turned out really well.
Well,
At least he suggested it.
He even like cited, like he even like acknowledged that when he like talked to us, like there is no Janish way. He just kind of like throws out a bunch of ideas, and then it's kind of like up to you to like piece them together how you want to.
Yeah. I think what Matt did was just he whirlpooled with a bunch of Cascade, fermented in the keg with a spunding valve, and then dry hopped with something else for a few days and then served it. And he said it turned out really well.
The whole tilt pie thing is weird. This is like the strangest software that I don't understand running on one of my devices.
Which software?
I mean, the tilt pie thing is built with what is it, Node-RED,
Oh yeah.
which is like, two of my least favorite. It's like LabVIEW and JavaScript, two great tastes that do not taste great together.
Yeah. Well, it's a little bit of a like, because like Node-RED is like made for like home automation stuff like that, or like, right? Isn't that like its like initial purpose?
Something like that, yeah.
So like it's a little bit of a, I don't know. It just seems weird that like that tilt doesn't like it seems like that's a gap in their like technology.
I mean, they did publish, here, have a blob you can drop on a Raspberry Pi. I mean, that's pretty good, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, even if it is on a computer that I have occasionally lost between couch cushions.
Yeah, I like the one of the owners of Tilt was on some podcast, and like it was just kind of like you could tell he didn't really know much about like brewing or anything like that.
Huh.
Like it reminded me of if you talk to those people that ran Play-Doh at HomebrewCon,
Yeah.
like that they were more like coming at it from like the technology than the brewing side.
Interesting.
It was kind of just a weird like, yeah, he didn't have like, it was just weird. It was a weird exchange. We should try, Nathan, because you said something about the tent. We should try and like find like a park that we can get like a permit to use for like a homebrew club meeting in like June or something.
Absolutely.
So I'm on like the same page as you, where it's like, or like that was like, because like me and my girlfriend have talked about it, where it's like we don't have to make these decisions on whether or not we feel comfortable doing things inside right now, because we can just do everything outside.
Yep.
And so why bother?
Yeah. Speaking of goofy technology.
Have we ever done a big club, everyone brewing in the same place day?
Oh, what?
Everyone brewing in the same location, like in a park or wherever?
I think they've tried doing that. I think there's just like logistic problems of like water and power and stuff like that. What's up, Jason?
Hey, Vince, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you, man?
Not too bad. Mashed in my English golden ale, so just kind of hanging out. So it's time to sparge.
Nice. I'm actually transferring an English Golden into a dry hop right now.
Nice, very nice.
Oh, back.
English Golden has become a house favorite. Actually, I need to make it more often.
I make one every summer. So I think the first one I did was 2015, and I've managed to consistently brew one every year since then.
I mean, it's legitimately one of my go-to recipes because A, it's super simple.
Mm-hmm.
B, it's really good, and it's also a really good style to test out new hops. That's a lot more forgiving than like an IPA. So
yeah,
like,
absolutely.
if you're like, oh, I want to try this new variety of hops, you can brew one up, and it's like simple, and it's really tasty, and they go down easy.
Yeah. Yeah. So usually every year, like it's the same kind of similar framework, but I'll play around with different malts, different yeasts, different hops. So this year I'm using a low color Maris Otter, Phoenix hops, and since I didn't make a starter, it's getting SO4.
Yeah, this one. Usually I do the Fuller strain, I believe. Whatever, I think that's Imperial Pub.
Yep.
But this one here, same exact thing. I didn't feel like going to the homebrew store, and I had a packet of SO4 laying around, so I did that.
Yeah.
I usually do. I think the last one I did like half Golden Promise, half Pilsner, maybe. So like just playing around, or I might have did a full Golden Promise. I can't remember. But I do the same thing. I kind of, I usually do like a large amount of some base grain, and then like I usually I think maybe throw a little bit of wheat in mine just to give it some body. But
yeah,
I've done it without that.
Yeah, a lot of it too depends on like the yeast you're using. Like I think one or two of my early batches, I used a light attenuator, so I threw a little bit of corn in there, and then mostly since then they've been single malt beers. One year I even did extract, and then I had some just cane sugar or dextrose just to kind of lighten the body. So with extract, generally everything comes out medium-ish.
Yeah. Also, like if you read the guidelines, like the English Golden is just like whatever.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, light colored and hoppy.
It's like should be English hops, but if not, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the gravity range on it supposed to be?
It's relatively low, but it's not like but it's pretty. I mean, like I said, like it's like a pretty big like.
I want to say like 1042 to like 1054 ish.
Uh-huh. Yeah, 1038 to 1053, ABV 3.8 to 5.
That's a big range. It seems to me.
I usually aim like 4.5 to 5 on mine, just because like that's the range of beer that I personally like enjoy having on tap around my house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I also find like when you start getting like closer or under 4, it's kind of difficult to do or to have it come out good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your margin for error just gets so small. Yeah, last year, for whatever reason, my batch, my extract and my attenuation were just obscenely high. So mine came out at like 6%, and it was just super crushable. So I would have like 2 or 3 in the backyard, and I was just getting wrecked. So what's everybody else brewing?
I have a Kolsch that I'm doing like a heavy whirlpool on. So I'm going to throw a bunch of Mandarina Bavaria in the whirlpool.
Very nice
to play around with.
I'm doing Janet's Brown since I missed the boat on the group brew last fall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought about doing that. I just wanted to get this one in, and it's Big Brew Day, so I don't know. I have the dry yeast.
I'm doing a triple.
Triple, very nice.
Speaking of getting wrecked.
Yes.
I mean, it's a good high alcohol beer for the summer.
Yeah.
I like the Cambridge Brewing Company one a lot. Let's try to get something like that.
What ABVs yours end up being around, do you think, Ramsey?
It's around, well, Beersmith says 8, but I think it's going to be higher because I mashed really low and yeast tend to dry everything out really well.
Yeah, I always find, I use Beersmith. I always found their, or at least for me, that their estimates on final gravity were a little off. Like I always feel like it a little.
Mm-hmm. I think it estimates the attenuation just kind of like whatever the average of that particular strain is.
Yeah.
So something like SO4, or there are some strains where that range is, kind of wide. And I think those Belgian strains, they can get really high depending on the fermentability of the wort and the temperature and everything else.
Yeah, it's going to be a really highly fermentable wort. So we'll see.
Very cool.
I never brewed this style before, so I'm interested to see how it turns out.
I did one with my cousins. It was for one of my cousin's 30th birthday. It came out pretty good. That would have been, probably about 5 years ago. And I found a couple bottles, so we bottled it off and kind of split them up. And I might have one cold.
I think Steve Schember brews that a lot. I think he might have actually had one at NHC final round last year.
Yep.
Mhm.
Boy, I should text my cousins, let them know I found it. As much as I'd love to crack that open and share tasting notes, it is too early in the afternoon for me to open a triple.
That's a good way to get nothing done the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have not had good luck trying to drink anything during brew day. Only after I'm done brewing.
For me, it just depends on kind of how serious you want to take the brew day, if that makes sense. Like when I would brew with my cousins, he wasn't the most meticulous brewer there was. So I knew, okay, I'm brewing with Andy. We're just going to have some beers, have fun. We'll see how it turns out. Don't get too invested in how the beer turns out.
Yeah.
But if I'm brewing something, and especially if I'm brewing it for competition, I really try not to drink during brew day, or at least until the start of the boil. Because then if I have one or two beers over the course of the hour, I'm not going to get drunk and I'm not going to screw things up and forget stuff. And
Yeah, I hear you.
Pick up and forget stuff at 10 a.m. and I hadn't had anything yet.
Yeah.
I think
Best to drink coffee during the brew day.
Yeah.
It's like drinking during the brew days. It really demotivates you for the things you have to do at the end of the brew day.
Yeah.
With the buzz is not fun.
Things.
Yeah, I hear that. I'll come down a week later and my boil kettle still soaking in the PBW solution, and yeah. No, but to try to remember everything like an old man. I print up a brew sheet every single time. I don't, I know that you can use the app. I played around with it. I just find the paper works easier, and I check everything off, and even then, I still don't remember everything every single time. No, but what I'll do is I'll check things off and I'll write stuff down and I'll take notes. Then at the end of the brew day, I'll log all the notes and save it.
I should be better records.
Yeah. And the only thing I don't do a great job of keeping records of are tasting notes. I think I can remember how everything tastes, but when you think you can remember everything, inevitably you don't.
Oh man, I know I can't remember how things taste, but I am also not great at actually remembering to write down my tasting notes.
Yeah.
That's crazy about that.
Or worse, I write them down, but I don't remember where I wrote them down.
Mm-hmm.
It's like having 100 files floating around all named to do.
Yeah, I saw a meme this week, and to paraphrase, I think it said something like, "I hate when I put something in an extra safe place and then I never see it again."
Yep.
We all can't be as regimented as Ross, who has these like very complicated spreadsheets comparing all the different batches.
Oh yeah, absolutely not.
And he also decocts like everyone in his water.
When you Rand, you're breaking up a bit. Can't hear you.
I think Ross also decocts every one of his waters.
You're like really, your volume's really low, me at least.
All right, is that any better?
Yeah, I can hear you clear now. So has anybody here brewed Kolsch before?
Not successfully, but yes.
I'm like debating on like the firm. So I'm thinking, I was talking like, or I had like an old email with Matt Border. And so I think the way I'm going to like chill it to like below pitching. So like 55. And then I'm going to pitch the yeast and I'm going to just put it in the fermenter and let it without any heat and just let it like ferment and free rise to like 70.
Now I think that's a great idea because you'll clean up, you'll get like clean flavors. I'm assuming you're using something like the 029 or
I'm just using the Lallemand dry Kolsch strain. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's right. You said you're using the dry yeast, yeah. So as long as you're pitching at the bottom of the range of that yeast, you should get a very clean character. But then letting it free rise, that'll clean up any diacetyl or anything else. So I think that's a really good idea.
Okay.
Matthew Sternberg from Exhibit A, he wrote an article on craft beer and brewing about fermenting Kolsch. And one of the things he talks about is slowly ramping down to lager temps and then just letting it lager. So a couple, 2-3 degrees a day. So if you're at 65, 70, just slowly ramping it down to 39 or whatever you're going to lager it at.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because when I did my last Kolsch, I used the Omega Kolsch 2, which compared to like the 029, the temperature range on that was actually a little bit higher. It was like 65 to 69. So I tried pitching at 58, and after 2 or 3 days, it did nothing. I just ramped it up, and yeah,
That's why I figured if I start it cold, a little colder, it'll help with that. Like, it'll help make sure that I don't get like at too much yeast profile on it.
yeah, absolutely.
One thing that is not awesome about the whole Grainfather rig is the whole their counterflow chiller on top versus actually doing anything at the end of the boil. Like just the physical mechanics of getting hops in there at knockout are kind of annoying.
Oh yeah. Could you like jerry rig it in a different way though?
Yeah, the smart thing to do would be to have a stand so that I didn't literally have this sitting on top, and then I could just, lift the lid like a normal person. Speaking of which.
Our friends at Merrimack Valley are on Instagram Live making a barrel-aged Saison.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Tell them to put their masks on. I've come to not dislike their podcast as much as I did when the first few episodes.
yeah, I'll have to check it out. I haven't listened to any of them yet.
It's I mean, like it's not. I mean, like in general, like I like home brewing, but like it's not the most interesting thing in the world. So like
Yeah.
listening to other people talk about home brewing, like from a passive observation thing, is just inherently not that interesting to me. You know, to each their own, obviously, but yeah, so it's fine. It's well produced. It was also funny when they sometimes throw shade at us.
Yeah. Until we dominate their competition again next time.
I think they're having their competition in September or October this year. Oh, shit. Gotta get the house. Hop stand is on.
What temperature are you doing your hop stand at, Vince?
Sorry, I was just using the restroom. I think I have it like a 175. I have it set. Once again, I feel like that's just one of those things that, like, in that book, he's just like 175 does this, but 180 does this, but whatever.
Yeah. That book had like no guidance about what you're actually supposed to do, really. It's just like
I just think he like he doesn't want to like commit to anything. It's like,
yeah.
I guess I understand.
I mean, it's kind of like implicit, right? Like he says, you know, if you do this, you'll get that result. If you do this other thing, you'll get a different result. So, like, I guess you can kind of figure out like what kind of result you want, and then do whatever it is to get you there. But like, besides from the sections at the end where he talks about what the other brewers do, like, there's no real sort of guidance. It's annoying.
This is my jar of like just leftover hops. Like if I have like a bag and there's like half an ounce left, I just toss it in there. Maybe someday I'll make some sort of like a lambic or something.
Yeah, I brewed with aged hops once. Weird experience. They don't smell good.
Did it taste good?
I haven't tried it yet. That was only a few months ago. So it was just, you know, a sour beer that takes a long time to get ready.
Was it? I wonder if it'll be better than your smoky IPA.
I don't know.
That was cool. That was a weird beer because it was like it tasted wrong, but not like in a bad way.
Yeah, it was really weird. I wouldn't brew it again, at least in that way. I mean, that was kind of like a smoky, you know, New England style IPA, but you know, it might work better in a kind of really hoppy, bitter West Coast IPA.
Yeah.
All right, it's the end of my boil. Right here. Final stages of the process.
Nathan died. How much time's on mine? I have no idea how long to work. I always just like whirlpool for 20 minutes.
Yep.
When I talk to people, they're like, "Oh, I whirlpool my New England IPA for an hour.
Huh.
The fuck?
Yeah. I mean, a pro brewer is going to whirlpool for a long time because they want all the sediment in the middle of the kettle, and
Yeah.
and it just takes that much longer to cool that much volume of wort. I don't get why you would do that on the homebrew scale. Like if I do it at all, I'll do it for 15 minutes because if I boil it in like my mash and boil, as soon as I put my immersion chiller in, I lose the boil, and it takes forever for it to get back. So I put the chiller in at flame out, and I just let it sit for 15 minutes and then figure that's good enough to sterilize it.
Yeah. That's usually what I did, or like when I had an immersion show as well.
Mm-hmm. I really wish I had planned ahead and gotten my water and everything ready last night like I normally do. Because this has a 75-minute mash. And then I'm going to fly sparge it. So,
What's the rationale on the longer mash?
Just get a lighter body.
Oh, okay. I've never really done a mash longer than 60 minutes, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That was weird. Okay.
What is going on here?
You're on Zoom. Well, you're off screen here. Ah, you got 2 wandering soul beers. Go to One Stop.
You get one of your tilts working, Nathan?
Yeah, one of them's behaving. Just got everything loaded in the fermenter. See if I got it cold enough. 1065. Not bad. Actually draw a real sample.
All right, I'm on to the cleanup stage. Boring.
Much happier yourself next brew day.
I'm convinced there's no way of making it.
Say that again, Vince.
Like I said, there's no way of making the cleanup stage nice. Like even if you have like a complete clean and place system, there's it's still painful.
Way better than trying to wait for it and do it for the next day or something.
Just get rich and hire people to come over and clean up after you when you're done brewing.
Outsource the boring shit in your life.
Wise job. Although I almost wonder if you could like put that out on TaskRabbit, what would happen? I mean, the last time I moved, I was way behind on packing. I put out a question there for someone to help me like pack the dining room, and I got somebody who like was strangely both skilled and passionate about putting things in boxes. Like, all right, this is a match, but boy, was that weird.
That's weird. That's one of the most tedious things you can possibly do, I think. Packing stuff in boxes. Whatever.
Groundwater temps are slowly starting to rise again.
Yep.
You don't got
Yeah.
that super fast chill.
I think it was still here. It was a little bit warmer. It was kind of, I think it was like 52, 53 instead of 40. So not terrible, but we're getting there. I have an old stainless steel chiller that I used to use when we lived in our apartment that I've always meant to kind of convert into like a 2-stage chiller to submerge in ice. Just never got around to
I don't
actually.
think that really does that much, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I've tried doing that, like, because like it's in there for so little time, it might like bump it down like 2 or 3 degrees, but like not that much. You may have to like slow it down or something.
Yeah. Or probably, if anything, it helps more toward the end.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, always forgetting something. And actually read the volume magnet. Not quite. Okay, where do we go?
Time to Vorloff.
Down to 70. Let's see what happens.
I was able to counterflow chill down to 65.
Yeah, I'm counterflow chilling. I would like to get it down to 55, but if the groundwater temps are like in the 50s, that seems like it is not going to happen.
Yeah, the groundwater itself is like 54, 55 right now here.
Yeah, that means that probably means like if I get down to 60, like right now I'm at like 66 and it seems to be kind of like slowing down a bit.
Why do brewers love brewing with Mara solder? Look how smooth this runoff is, and look how clear that wort is.
You know, I suppose there actually was kind of a lot of hops in here.
What? What'd you say, Nathan?
So I'm also at the cleaning stage, and I'm looking at the layer of hop sludge at the bottom of the grain fodder. I've got that Robo Brew filter thing, which is useful because let's do the math here.
You got to look into. I highly recommend just getting a. You can get like the easiest one is a bucket top, but getting like a shop vac to clean out kettles and stuff is just like the greatest thing ever.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking this outside so I can basically dump it in our compost bin. One, three. Not quite 5 ounces of pellet hops.
In Janet's Brown?
Yeah.
Wow.
done making my beer and I'm cleaning out of the kettle. Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna dump in with that leftover grain and chocolate.
Think I'm gonna make it.
Yeah, metal. In the metal one there. So this is the grain that I made the beer from. I'm thinking you soak it in hot water for a while and then drain it out. At some point, then you got to decide you're done draining. Even once you're done draining, it still drips for a while. That's just drips while I do the rest. Yeah.
All right. I made it to 56. I feel like that's a minor victory.
Vince, are you just kind of whirlpooling it for a long time till it gets down there, or are you like pumping it directly into your fermenter?
No,
through the chiller?
I whirlpool into it.
Gotcha. I tend to pump it directly through the CFC into the fermenter, and then it's always a little bit too warm for fermentation, so I just put it down in the basement to cool off for the last 10 degrees or so.
Yeah,
Seems to work okay.
I never really thought about what was better or whatever. I continuously whirlpool.
All right, guys, I'm going to sign off.
All right, have a good one, Ramsey.
I'm pretty much done. All right, see you guys. Happy brewing.
Here, I got to clear all the crap off my keys here to get my hops.
Sounds familiar. Here comes my moment of truth. Is my tilt PI gonna work? Or my tilt gonna work? All right.
Here you go. I got to whole leaf pilgrim hops. Oh, they smell fantastic.
No, that's it. All right. I think I nailed my like mash. I feel like my mash, like my pre-boil gravity is always like really low or like lower than expected. But then I basically like hit my final gravity like dead on. So whatever.
Are you being careful about the whole like, adjusting for temperature at the beginning kind of business? Because I often screw that up.
What do you mean? Sorry.
Well, I mean, like I take a sample and I look in the hydrometer at the beginning, pre-boil, and it's like, this seems strangely off. And it's just like, oh, right, I need to adjust the temperature.
Yeah, I usually do adjust it, but I don't, maybe it's like I'm not mixing it well enough, like when I pull it from the mash or something like that. Could be something. I don't know.
Might have dropped the lid for my mash and boil. Yeah, I got down to the bottom, you know, when I was sparging, and there was air getting in the pump, so I was tilting it to get the last little bit of water, and I was looking for a place to put the lid down without getting condensation on something electric, and wherever I put it down, it fell.
There's my Kolsch,
Nice.
looking nice
Good.
color. Smells tasty. Now I just gotta hope this yeast works. The downside to dry yeast is that like it always like, you know, it's not like you don't test it first.
You were a little far away from the mic.
And like the downside of dry yeast is like when you don't have the starter, you're kind of just like going out on a limb and assuming it's all good.
Yeah.
As opposed to like when you build up a starter from liquid yeast, you can physically see that it's working.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and when that starter is active and you pitch it, usually within a few hours, you see the fermenter, you see the krausen forming. It's always like settling, it's always like reassuring when you pitch your yeast into the batch and you see it take off and okay, we're in good shape.
One of the things I kind of miss about using the brew bucket is not being able to see what's going on at all.
Well, that's what's nice with the tilt is you kind of get like that input, but
Yeah, you get a little bit, but still, you don't get quite that mesmerizing flow of visual effect.
oh yeah, definitely not. Especially when you have like English yeast going. I'm gonna mute it so you don't have to hear my shop back.
Hey, y'all. Mark here.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, Jason. Vince.
Mark, how's it going, man?
Good, good. I'm just getting started finally. I'm just starting to get set up. I've had a busy day already, but I just want to see who else was here.
Congrats on the new house, man.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm excited to be closer to the action on all counts, to be like 15 minutes from everything instead of, 45 minutes from everything up here in Billerica. So yeah, that'll be good. Probably won't move till August though. Got a lot of projects to do. All right, well, I'm gonna go grind grain and join back up in a bit.
Getting my pseudo clean in place set up. Where I just recirculate hot PBW for an hour.
I'm gonna try the stunt that Doug recommended the other day. While I'm recirculating hot PBW in the grain father, I'm gonna stick a bunch of bottles in there.
That's a good idea. Luckily, most of my bottles got eaten up this year by NHC entries because I needed to send so many goddamn bottles.
It's one way to get rid of them.
I guess I gotta go piss off my compost company by loading in 10 pounds of grain.
All right, the grain father easily fits a dozen bottles I had lying around dirty, so see how that goes.
Now I'm just in the letting the kettle and everything clean phase. Yep.
Now we come to fine details like
Hold a sample to take a pre-boil gravity.
should I should I leave my kettle, my fermenter set at 66, or should I move my temperature set point up to 68 on the assumption that, ambient is lower these days?
I'd probably go with the 68, but I don't know. I don't know. That's like one of those things I do, but I don't know why. Is I usually like try to pitch at 66 and ferment at 68. No rhyme or reason. Just what I do.
Color, if a little sludgy. Tastes like wort.
Oh, hi. Excellent.
So do you? I don't know if either of you guys have any thoughts or opinions on this. I want to set it to ferment, start at 55, then free rise to 70. Do you think I should wait to till it kicks off to set it to free rise to 70? So keep it at 55 till I start getting initial activity, or just pitch it 55 and let it go up from there naturally?
Looks like there's a ladybug that's going to die in my wort.
Hey, Jason, I have a question that I don't know if you have an opinion or answer to.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to do the pitch at 55, let it free rise to 70, right?
Yep.
Do you think I should leave my temperature controller set to 55 and then only set it to allow to free rise after fermentation kicks off? Because I'm worried that if I set it to 70 now and let it free rise, it's gonna move up the ambient temperature by the time it kicks off. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, if you get the wort to 55 and then let it free rise, even the ambient temperature, it would take a while to get up there.
Yeah.
If you wanted to wait, 12, 24 hours till you saw that active fermentation, you could do that to be safe. But I think it would take at least a day for it to go from 55 to ambient temperature. Depending on where it is, if you have it in a fridge or something.
It's in a fridge, and I got it down to 55.
Yeah, so if the fridge is at 55 and you turn it off or you turn off the temp control, it would take a while for that volume of liquid to rise to room temp anyway.
Yeah.
Because it's insulated and you got a pretty big mass.
Yeah.
So I think you'd be okay. But if you want to wait 12, 24 hours, you could do that too. I think it'd be fine.
All right, yeah, I'll have to think about it. All right. Overall, a successful brew day, just closing up. Very nice. Well, who knows? Maybe the beer will be shit.
Yeah. I collected my 7 gallons. Efficiency was really good. I'm at 1045-ish pre-boil gravity. So we'll be at the high end again. Just bring the wort up to a boil outside on the propane burner. That's what I want to do. Is I want to start hydrating my dry yeast.
Hey, Vince, can I ask you a Brutan question?
A what question?
A Brutan question.
Yeah, what's up?
So you can use it in either the mash or the boil, or I guess both, but I think it's
Yeah.
just one or the other, right?
I always did it in both. I didn't. I never really read about like one or the other.
Oh, okay.
And I added it like. Hold on, I have it like.
I had the numbers you wrote out, like of how many grams per gallon. I just couldn't remember if you picked one or did both. So okay, I can definitely do
Yeah,
both.
hold on. I'll send you.
I keep meaning to print out a cheat sheet of all that kind of crap I need to remember and just like put it on the wall for future reference. But I keep.
All right, I sent you. What I was told. So
Okay, awesome. Thanks.
I think you do it for the entirety of the mash, but only like the last like 5-10 minutes of the boil.
Okay.
All right, we're down to just recirculating cleanup. I think I'm going to call it a day.
Cheers, Nate.
Good brewing with you all.
Likewise. Sorry, joined so late.
I'm not that much far ahead of you. I'm just almost at a boil.
Who else was on earlier today?
Mick was on. Ramsey was on. I think that was it.
Where's Doug? Is he working today?
I think he said he was, yeah.
Yeah.
Ross was going to do something, but I don't know what happened to him. And then Mike Sutton said he like threw his back out or something.
Yeah.
And I think DT got on early, started the stream, but was hurting from his IPA fest / wife's birthday.
Well, he still left his Zoom on. He's just muted, and his video is off.
Yeah, I think he had to come on to like start the live stream because this is.
Okay.
He owns he's the king of Zoom.
Yeah. He's the one who has access to the premium.
Yeah, we have like a Worts, like he signed up for like a Worts, some level of it.
Yeah.
It's really,
Yes,
I mean, it's really cheap.
Mm-hmm.
And like I think we're just gonna like keep it active even after like things go back to some normal, because like we think there are some like use cases. Like I mean, obviously like this is an example, but like, you know, we did that book club, and like, you know, it's nice being able to like have like a discussion on something without having to have everybody drive somewhere, you know, because then you can like do it on like a Tuesday night or whatever.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And you know, theoretically, have someone at a live meeting stand in the back, you know, or you set up a camera and you do it on Zoom also for people maybe who can't make it.
Yeah. This is the fun part, is figuring out how to like empty out my counterflow chiller.
Ah,
Pain in the ass, and get the. I'll figure it out. All right.
Left the boil kettle unattended for 5 minutes, and of course, we're rolling over.
Watch pot something.
That's what happens.
Yep. Every time.
I think the rate at which that happens to me is proportionate to the number of beers I've had during brew day, which is why I've learned to have very few to none beers during brew day.
I have not had a
My
single
reward.
beer. I just coffee and water. Actually, it's probably what it was. That large cold brew coffee I had.
See, I want to go. Like, part of me wants to go have a beer, but like, I also know that if I have a beer now, I will be completely unproductive the rest of the day.
Yep. The good news is I had a perfect rolling boil, no boil over. Like I couldn't have done it better if I was standing over the kettle.
All right. So, Mark, have you started planning your indoor brewery?
I did actually. I was in a meeting in a skiff last week, and so a lot of it didn't have to do with me as usual. And since I didn't have a phone or a computer or anything to keep me occupied, I just sat there sketching out, from what I could remember, the dimensions of the basement and figured, okay, where's the sink gonna go? How much room do I need for this? Where's the vent? So made some progress.
What type of
But,
system? What type of system you think of going with?
I don't know yet. I mean, I like the brew in a bag style. I don't see any need to change that. I just like to be able to do it indoors with the electric. So, I
That's
mean, something sounds like what you're doing.
Yeah, I swear when my initial idea was like, I was like, oh, I'm gonna like eventually graduate to like a 3-vessel Herms, but I'm gonna do it iteratively because I don't want to drop all the money now. So I'll just get an electric kettle and just go from there. And then like I started doing brew in a bag, and I was like, this is much nicer and easier, and it takes up a little less room, and I'm just gonna, and I have no intentions of ever changing.
Yeah. Which did you just add a burner to your kettle, or did you get a new kettle?
No, I got
a
a custom spike one after HomebrewCon 2 years ago.
Okay.
Which now I probably wouldn't have to get a custom one, because the reason I got a custom one was because I wanted the steam condenser off the side, but now they have the lid, and I actually bought the lid because I had a Spike gift card that was expiring.
Okay.
So I did that, and so I generally I don't think there's honestly I don't think there's very much difference between like SS Brewtech and Spike, even though they like to go back and forth with each other. They use the same Chinese kettles and then weld onto them, but it's just the thing that I like about the Spike versus the SS Brewtech electric kettle is that SS Brewtech uses a proprietary element. So like if you blow out your element, you have to order from them.
Ooh,
right? Spike uses one, like it's not, it uses like just a default tri-clamp one that you can just like order from anybody. So the one thing that I do think is nice is when you get the electricity wired, get a 4-prong outlet instead of a 3-prong.
Right. Yeah.
Like it's a L1430 instead of a 630, I believe it is, because the way that works is it has 2 hots that are 120 each. So when you get a controller, you can jump the hot off of that instead of having to have so if you look at how like some of the other controllers work, you have to have another 120 outlet to plug it into. So that makes it nicer. But when you're there, I can give you details on stuff that I do. But I enjoy it.
Right on. Yeah.
You can also talk to Doug about. Doug has that Blickman Brew Easy that he really likes. And it's a very similar brew to brew in a bag, just a little more complicated. But a lot out there these days. Or, you could just go with the all-in-one systems like the Anvil Foundry or like the Big Grain Father that goes 120, or 240.
Yeah, I think I definitely would want to do 240. I don't think I have the patience for 120. Plus, I don't know, ideologically opposed to all-in-ones. And I see too many people posting about, oh, my such and such burnt out, and now the whole thing's fucked,
Yeah.
So, like, your controller is just a controller. It sits off to the side. Worst case scenario, you could use a thermometer, just plug it in and unplug it, to get your burner
Mason
going.
has the mash and boil, but I believe you just use that as a mash tun, right?
At this point, I just use it as a hot liquor tank.
Oh, okay.
Because when I mash in it, then I would have to heat my sparge water either on the stove upstairs or outside.
Yeah.
So, and I already had an igloo cooler, so I just find it easier to mash in the cooler, and then while I'm mashing in the cooler, use the mash and boil to heat up my sparge water.
Yeah. So, yeah, I agree. That's my thing with a lot of those all-in-ones is that like if one part goes bad in there, it's like a pain in the ass to like replace it.
Yeah. And like I got this like 3.5 years ago, and they're even cheaper now. I mean, if this thing goes, it was $300. Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, after 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, if that thing goes, I probably would look to get some type of, maybe not an all-in-one. I like the Brew Easy. The claw hammer system seems simple enough.
Yeah.
I'm the type of brewer I would want something turnkey that involves, I'll assemble something. I don't want to build anything.
Yeah, I mean, like mine was mostly like buying parts and assembling together. Like,
yeah.
And that wasn't because of any preference. It was more like floating costs, right? So rather than like, and to be honest with you, like, I also like it because like I've like slowly like you do something and then you're like, oh, okay, like this would make it nicer. And I know that because it's what I did. And then you like add that onto your system. Or alternately, like you realize something that you're planning on buying is completely unnecessary and you save whatever X $100.
Yeah.
So that's been my experience.
That's what a lot of the pros do is, they just kind of incrementally add stuff to their setup to try to make their brew day quicker, more efficient, easier.
Yeah, that's kind of my strategy too. I like when I'm buying something to think, okay, well, what's the thing I'm going to buy after this to replace it? And will this be something I can still use or something I'm just going to have to sell or have take up space?
The one thing I got that honestly like has been like a huge upgrade is so I used to have like a workbench type table. So it was like chest high. And I just recently bought the SS Brewtech Brew Cube. So it's like this guy here. And it's shorter and it just makes everything so much easier because like instead of having to like reach up and look in and do all that crap, like it's just like it's at like the thing is at the top of it's at table height. And so I've enjoyed that a lot. And then I just use the table for something else.
I just realized I forgot to stir the sake today. I can show you the sake.
Oh, sake.
Yeah, there's the sake. It's about 3 or 4 more days before I pressed it and see how it tastes. But it's smelling really good.
Nice.
And it's definitely more vigorous fermentation than the first time around. So I'll tell you, these 7-gallon brew buckets, I'm just loving.
Do you think the more vigorous fermentation is because of the yeast you use? Did you use different yeast, or do you think it's because of some process thing?
Well, actually, the yeast I think was kind of shitty. It was really, really hard to find. It was impossible to find the yeast that Doug recommended. The sake guy.
The sake guy, yeah.
Todd Bellamy, yeah. So that is like a seasonal, fall only yeast. Okay, great. Can't get that one. And so he recommends the White Labs one and not the Y yeast equivalent because he says it's drifted too far. But I could find the Weiss. I found like 1 pack on Etsy and 1 pack at like Austin Homebrew or something like that. And one of them, when I smacked the packet, like barely inflated. The other one inflated some, but it was like suspiciously browner than I would expect a yeast pack to be. So I just pitched them both, hope for the best. I think it's really the process. I used the good rice that we did the club buy on, and I think just my preparation was a little bit more rehearsed this time around for all the steps, all the additions, and all that kind of stuff. So I think pitching more yeast than that, because I only needed 1 pack of yeast. So I figured 2 half-dead packs of yeast is equivalent to 1 probably good pack of yeast. And I gave it a little bit more yeast nutrient, and I don't know. I figured, what's the worst that can happen? It smelled a little bit kind of phenolic at first, but that went away, and I was like, all right, let's just go for it.
You should whenever that yeast, the seasonal yeast comes out, you should like buy some extra one and then figure out a way to make a slant and bank it.
Yeah. Well, so actually, when we had the Yeast Bay guy at the last meeting, he mentioned a dude up in Maine who I think the club has done purchases from before, the Maniac Yeast guy. Yeah. So I emailed him, and so he says they do have a lot of sake yeasts. They could prop up. The minimum order, I guess, is would be the equivalent of 14 vials. So we'll have to talk to the rest of the club and see who else is interested in. We're planning on doing a sake brew, but
we got hop terpenes from him.
That's right. Yeah.
I still have them.
So,
I'm ready to use them.
Yeah, because like one like micro drop of that stuff goes a long way, right?
They're pretty potent, yeah. And it's like a different flavor. It's not like a hop flavor. It's weird. Oof. All right. I don't know if Mark can hear me, but we did this a few years ago and had trouble because like we couldn't get the quantity. We should try and look into doing a club bulk buy of 2.5 gallon kegs.
Yeah, those are killer. Actually, well, from my kombucha, I'm using the 1.75s, which is perfect because I've got a 3 gallon for Monster, and so then I mix up like a quart of something to flavor it, which might be mint and lime or something like that, and then drain off half of the kombucha into the 1.75, and then add the flavoring, and then I've got a full keg of kombucha. That gets me through about a week, and that cadence works out perfect. But for split batches, yeah, the 2.5s. Actually, I don't know if I'd rather have more 2.5s or 3s.
Or whatever, either of those, I'd be happy
Yeah.
to. If we could get some bulk buys to knock those costs down, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I just keep doing the American or those Adventures in Homebrew ones, $75 a pop, and gonna get impatient. But that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, Nathan looked into it maybe like 3 or 4 years ago, and like the minimum order for a bulk buy was like way more than we could do at the time. But that was like, now they're a little more common, so it might be different.
All right, so I go back in.
So hydrated my dry yeast. You can kind of see that a lot of it is already kind of settled to the bottom.
I usually just mix it up and it's fine.
Yeah. So this is a little trick that I picked up from our technical brewer that he got from, I think, the Fermentis people, is just kind of sprinkling it on top and just kind of slowly letting it hydrate itself and sink to the bottom.
Yeah.
And
I've
what
done
I
that.
also did was I pulled some wort. And so what I'll do is I'll slowly kind of feed it a little bit of wort, and it'll kind of start to froth up a little bit.
No, I don't do that. I usually do what you said, let it hydrate to the bottom, then give it like a little stir.
Yep.
And then, then I usually stir it one more time to before I pitch it, just to like get it in suspension again. So it doesn't like sink to the bottom or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't noticed a huge difference in performance doing it this way. And actually, I think the last time I used dry yeast, I forgot to pull the wort. But it seems like when I do it this way, just kind of feeding it a little bit, I get less of a lag.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm cool to watch it froth up. That's the real reason why I do it. And honestly, there's plenty of times where I haven't hydrated it all, I've just sprinkled it on there, and it's been fine.
I've done that too.
Yeah. And that's what the yeast companies actually tell people now is, it's designed just to throw it in there. And
I mean, I would say that like for the majority of people, there's probably a greater percent chance that you're going to fuck something up when trying to rehydrate than just by throwing it in there and killing some.
Exactly.
So like if the yeast company just they recommend like just throw it in, and we know how much dies, and so we can at least stand behind that, as opposed to like we have no quality control over what you do otherwise,
Yep, absolutely.
All right, gents, I am out of here. Best of luck finishing up your brew days.
Likewise. Have a good one.
I haven't heard from that editor yet, Mark. You should ping him.
Editor, which editor? Remind
You,
me.
you mentioned, was it IEEE was looking for associate editors?
Oh yeah. Nothing seemed to come out of that for me as well. Although then someone completely just unrelated, but signed me up to be an editor for, or not an editor. I guess. Well, actually, it said it was an editor for personality and individual differences or something like that. Which I know I've cited before, but I don't know how the hell I got into the loop for it. I just have zero time for that stuff. I don't know what they are. They sent me a pretty interesting looking article, but it was not like we want you to be a reviewer. It like specifically said editor, and I was confused. I thought it was spam, and I was like, no,
Yeah.
no.
I also looked up that company of those people that cold emailed us. They're like 21-year-old kids. I was like,
yeah,
whatever. All right. Well,
yeah. I mean, Miter's doing some stuff on like social justice, and we were actually running a Simex on police brutality and stuff like that. I mean, I wasn't involved in any of it, but so I knew some people were like, maybe could take advantage of it,
Yeah.
So I passed it along, and maybe something will happen, maybe something won't, but yeah, not worth my time.
all right. Well, have a good one, guys.
Take it easy. What are you brewing today, Jason?
Oh, English Golden Ale.
That's one I've never made.
Yeah, so Vince makes it a lot. I do one every summer. It's kind of like a summer seasonal. So this is my 6th or 7th year in a row. I did the first one in 2015. So I kind of use the same framework of the recipe, but I change the ingredients every year.
Okay.
Yeah. So this year, it's a simple smash: Maris Otter Extra Pale, Pilgrim hops, and SO4 yeast because I forgot to make a yeast starter.
That'll do it.
Yeah. So what are you brewing?
I'm making I'm making my alt beer again, but
Nice.
this a while ago there was a discussion, I forget who started it on Slack, about if anybody else, maybe Ross started it, if anyone else was getting cherry notes out of Munich malt. And somehow that got me thinking of who else? I think Brian had been brewing some cocktail inspired beer. They had it in those the casks from Bar Hill. It was like their old Tom Gin Bar Hill stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
So I was just thinking, okay, well, I like Manhattans, cherry, bourbon. So I started to think like, okay, well, what base style could that work with? And alt beer seemed to kind of make sense. A lot of Munich. And then started figuring out, okay, well, what kind of hops would make sense. And so I picked up a couple from Yakima, HBC 630, which is supposed to be a cherry bomb. I don't really know much about it. And an Idaho Gem. And I've got a little Amarillo I'm going to throw in. So we'll see.
Nice. Very nice. That's a style I've been meaning to brew but haven't brewed yet. I think I even had
basically followed Mark. Oh, go ahead.
No, I even had a recipe, I think, ready to go at one point, and then I just ended up not brewing it. Now, what were you saying?
I've made a couple. Yeah, well, I've made a couple now, and basically just taken Mark Keck's recipe and kind of sort of worked it forward as plays out on my system. I think it was my alt that got me my first medal at Boston Homebrew. So I got my second place out of that from at the miscellaneous ambers table, which is a really prestigious thing to have on a.
Absolutely, yeah. I think I got the honorable mention. I think it was the generally hoppy, not hazy table. Yeah. All right, I got to get my wort chiller ready to go because I'll be at 15 minutes in 3 minutes, and then I also get a hop edition at 15. Be right back.
Gotcha.
All right. Last hop edition is in. I have flame out in 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Ooh. I have a mash pH that's somehow way too low.
Really?
Yeah. Like 5.
Huh.
I'm recalibrating my meter now to double check, and indeed it is way too freaking low.
Wow, there's people still brewing.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
That's cool. Pretty good. No, I forgot I had a Cub Scout thing with my son today. And then we got lost
Speaking
in
to
the
brew.
woods. Hey, check this out. Let's see if I can reverse the screen. Come on, you can figure it out. There we go. I'm going to a friend's house. And there we go. Beer to go, brewing to go. That's it.
Sweet.
They got a propane thing. And I'm just gonna do a mash extract batch. Very simple, but I got this idea. Not idea. I didn't come up with it. But I'm gonna use this instead of dry hopping. In BYO magazine this month, they had this idea, or they were talking about dip hopping.
Yeah, I read that.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. So I'm gonna do it in here, in
Okay.
parallel with the boil.
Okay.
And then I'll as I'm chilling, when I get back down to like 180, I'll dump it back in. Maybe through a I got a how do I use one of those hop things? I thought I had one around. I'll have to find it. Screen.
Oh,
That's what I
okay,
usually
yeah.
do on. But hey, see this? So my plan this summer is to turn this mess into a brewery.
Nice.
Sweet.
That's gonna be fun. There's a lot of crap in here, including that thing. I got to get him out. But yeah, I'll go through it, and then I should put a few things on gear. I got a lot of crap I don't need anymore. But let's see, where is it?
Awesome.
Oh, there it is. It's hanging up here. I'll bring this. Oh, I love these things. Look at the balls.
Yep.
But yeah, just
One thing I
6
have
cans
that I
of,
haven't used is. Oh, go ahead.
6 cans of no, 2 cans of Muntons Maris Otter DME.
Love it.
I'm sorry, they don't make DME. I wish I did. It's
That might be coming. You didn't hear that from me.
it might be what?
That might be coming.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I would like that.
Yeah.
I just like DME better. I mean, I don't know. It seems to last longer. But this is these are the new ones. I got them from Beer Wine Hobby, and I ordered what looked like the old cans. This is the Maris Otter Light cans. So they look like the newer version. So hasn't been collecting dust on the on the shelves for too long.
Nice.
But, yeah, I had a very aggressive brew day planned, but things kind of got scuttled. But that's okay. I mean, I figured, well, maybe I'll do it after. Then my son said, hey, let's go geocaching. And whenever he wants to do something outdoors, I got to say yes, because he's like in the house on the computer all the time. So that was fun. But my brew day kind of got all rearranged. I may end up doing my late night brewing like I'm famous for, ending at about 3 a.m. I can do that on a Saturday night. I just totally crash, sleep in the morning.
Yeah.
But
right on.
But it can be bad, because it's great to brew when you have all your wits about you.
Yes.
Especially if we were
discussing that earlier.
Come up with something that's rather involved, like I'm about to do. I've got this thing here. It's I'm cold steeping some grain here, and it's like about 6 pounds of just 2-row, and I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna make a Janet's Brown session. So
nice.
I'll use the liquid as the mash water, and then the remaining stuff. So whatever wasn't water soluble is going to go into a NEPA with some other grain.
Cool.
What it does is it gives you about 25% of the fermentables in the liquid, and a lot of the color and the flavor and stuff. So that's going to be fun. Hey, my ride's here. Maybe I'll check in with you guys later. Hey, man.
Okay.
That's the number. I can move with it.
Hey, Jason, you still there?
Here we go. In the carboy.
Nice. Oh, the dreaded glass carboy, though.
What's that? Yeah. I've just gotten burned too many times with plastic. Eventually, I'll go stainless.
Yeah, when I picked up those 2 7-gallon stainless ones from Jason, I mean, that's a life changer. Those things are, those are great. Yeah, I mean, I figured there's 2 types of brewers: those who have dropped a full glass carboy and those who will. I joined the former a while ago.
I've broken them. I have not dropped them. So, touch wood.
Yeah. Say, do you brew with reverse osmosis?
No.
Okay. Because I was just doing a little quick reading because I thought RO water was supposed to be like pretty close to 7 pH. So I hadn't even bothered to measure, because I'm just using one of those, make your own reverse osmosis at home things, little Aqua Buddy, whatever it's called. And it comes out at 7, but it's apparently, I didn't know this, like totally air starved. And so it starts immediately sucking in stuff from the air and can get down to like 5 or 5.5 if it's in too much contact with air. So I've been brewing with basically acidic water if I'm not, because I haven't been paying attention at all. Like I'll draw it maybe the day or two before when I got some time. So that explains my crazy low pH.
There you go.
Oh. I didn't have to do low dose, whatever, reverse osmosis water now, but always something.
Yeah, because I think Pete was having a similar problem because he uses RO water, and he's going to use the same water for the coffee as he does for his beer. And they basically told him, yeah, we can't plumb your RO water to wherever it is he's pulling the water for his coffee. That's good. Huh. What the fuck? Oh, it's so far over.